Everyone, today is Thursday, April 2nd. We are here in the boardroom for the Colton Joint Unified School District. Welcome, everyone. I would like to call the meeting to order, and I would like to ask Joanne if she can take roll call.
Mr. Fuentes?
Present.
Mr. Ibarra?
Present.
Mrs. Haro? Mr. Flores?
Present.
Ms. Story Ojeda?
Present.
Mrs. Flores?
Present. Okay, thank you, Joanne. I would like to ask our, Dan Flores, board member Dan Flores, if he can lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Would be my honor. If you would please stand. I would say nobody's wearing one. You'll join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Dan. Okay, I would like to announce that we do have an interpreter here, Cynthia Bueno. She is available for Spanish-speaking persons needing or wanting assistance.
Thank you, Board President Flores. Good evening, all. Muy buenas noches a todos. Yo soy Cintia Bueno, soy recepcionista y traductora del distrito. Si alguien desea servicios de intérprete, puede encontrarme en la mesa trasera para adquirir el dispositivo. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Cynthia. Item 1.3, the adoption of today's agenda. I would like to have a motion to adopt the agenda with the following amendments. Amend action item 5.7, approval of consultants for support services. We're deleting Lincoln Family Paint Night. We're amending closed session items 9.5, personnel public employees, addition of 2 certificated coaches, head junior varsity basketball, head junior varsity soccer. The addition of 3 classified coaches, head varsity track, co-ed, varsity flag football assistant, girls, varsity football assistant, boys. We have an addition of 1 volunteer coach, varsity baseball, addition of 15 volunteers, classroom observation, 2, general 13. I need a motion.
I'll move.
Okay. On motion by Board Member Fuentes and Board Member Haro, oh, I'm sorry, let me back up here. I'd like to vote, all those in favor?
Aye.
Nays? And on motion of Board Member Fuentes and Board Member Haro, and on a 6-0 vote, the board adopted the agenda as recommended. At this point, we would like to invite Director Dr. Kathy Cervantes and Eric Enciso to the podium for the employee recognition.
Hello. Good evening, Board President Flores, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the audience. My name is Eric Enciso. I'm Director of Human Resources for the Classified. We're here to present the people that we missed from the last employee recognition, and so we want to honor them here tonight. Want to do first? So up first is going to be Dr. Cervantes presenting the certificated member.
Good evening. Our certificated employee of the month is Stephanie Lynn, and she's a CPS for PPS. Let's give her a round of applause. And introducing her is our director for PPS, Mr. Rob Pearson.
Good evening, Board President, Mrs. Flores, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, Executive Cabinet, and members of the community. It is truly an honor to stand before you this evening to recognize an outstanding member of our PPS, or Pupil Personnel Services team, Stephanie Lynn, as the district's February-March Certificated Employee of the Month. Tonight, as you can see, I'm wearing blue, and many of us are wearing blue, celebrating Autism Awareness Month, which is in April. The reason I mention that is Stephanie Lynn began her career in this district as the first teacher of our first autism-focused class, which is still thriving today. Stephanie has always been an educator who believes in supporting all students equitably and inclusively. Stephanie currently serves as our program specialist for behavior. In this role, she consistently goes above and beyond to ensure that our students, particularly those with more intense behavioral needs, receive the thoughtful, effective, and compassionate support they deserve. Her work directly impacts our schools, our staff, and most importantly, our students, helping to create environments where all can belong and succeed. Stephanie is exceptionally organized, dependable, and a true team player. She brings a unique and insightful perspective to every situation and is always willing to think creatively to solve complex challenges. Whether she is supporting a school site, collaborating with a teacher, or helping develop systems at the district level, Stephanie approaches her work with purpose, innovation, inclusivity, and care. I have to say, what truly sets Stephanie apart is her growth mindset. She's constantly seeking to learn, refine her practices, and adapt to better meet the needs of those she serves. Her collaborative and caring nature fosters strong relationships with her colleagues, teachers, and parents, making her not only a leader in her field, but also a trusted and valued partner. Stephanie's background as a teacher for students with autism gives her that deep level of credibility. She has lived the work, she understands the challenges, and leads with expertise and empathy. She's someone we can always count on, steady, committed, and unwavering in her dedication to students and staff. She's truly embodies PPS, and she truly embodies the spirit of Colton Joint Unified School District. Representing our most recent Innovative Practices Task Force motto of making sure we're treating students with equity first, that all belong in CJUSD, and that we work with everybody every day. So on behalf of PPS, or the Pupil Personnel Services Department, it is my privilege to congratulate Stephanie on this well and long overdue deserved recognition. Congratulations, Stephanie, and thank you for all that you do.
Okay. I think there's something I'm supposed to say. Okay. Good evening, Board President Flores, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the audience. When I was told that I was going to get this award, number one, I didn't think it was really me. But I would have to prepare a few words to say, so if you can just bear with me a little bit. I did prepare something. Okay, when I first applied for this job, as a moderate to severe intern, I had no idea where Colton was. I've lived in Diamond Bar my whole life, and I had to zoom out several times to know how far I would have to drive to get to Colton. But by God's grace, I'm here 18 years later, and I'm still here, loving my job. As the only behavior specialist in the district, which is pretty unheard of these days, I sometimes feel a little bit like Frodo from Lord of the Rings, and not just because I'm hobbit-sized, but because sometimes doing this job feels like it's an almost impossible task, always having to meet the ever-growing need for behavioral support across the district. But just like Frodo, I know I don't do this alone, and so I am surrounded by my own Fellowship of the Ring. So I'd like to recognize my husband, Joe, who is an amazing husband and father to our 2 children. Because I drive in from Diamond Bar, I leave like before the sun rises. And so he's tasked with getting our 2 kids ready in the morning and getting them to school every day. And they have not had one tardy yet. So I think that is probably the most amazing accomplishment yet. I also want to recognize the various school psychologists that are boots on the ground, frontline behavioral support for our sites on a day-to-day basis. I want to recognize and acknowledge the various contract support staff and supervisors that help troubleshoot with me on some of the most difficult cases. And my team at PPS, although they cannot carry the ring for me, they are there. They have talked me off the ledge several times. They keep me grounded, and they are the Sam to my Frodo. So that's them. And there's a quote that Gandalf says in one of the Hobbit movies. He says, "It is the small things, the everyday deeds of ordinary people that keep the darkness at bay. Simple acts of kindness and love." So that's what we need in our district, and that's what I see in our district. People who show up, people who choose care, people who choose kindness, and that's what's going to make the difference for our students and for their families. And so again, thank you for this honor, and I am so grateful to be a part of the community and doing the work that Colton is doing. Okay. Oh, yes. Do I go around?
Yes,
Like,
go right.
what's happening?
Go right, go.
Oh, okay.
Thou shalt not pass. Another round of applause. Okay, so the wait is finally over. I'm going to share with you who is the classified member that we didn't have last year. So that is going to be Mr. Joe Lopez, our skilled maintenance worker, and honoring him tonight is going to be Mr. Free Curran, who is right behind me, I believe. There he is.
So thank you. Good evening, Board President Flores, to the esteemed board members, to Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and to all the guests present here tonight. Before I talk about Joe, I do have to share that Stephanie Lynn is such an essential part of my site because I have the 3 highest needs classes for autism students in the district. And I didn't think that I came from a site with 1 SDC class. I said, oh, 3. Yes, we can do that. And she is such an integral part in what we do. So I don't want to take away from Joe, but I also want to say you can see how humble she is. But Stephanie, you are really an integral part of what we do. So I wanted to thank her so much for what she does for us. Tonight I am here to honor classified member Joe Lopez. Joe Lopez has been an employee with the district for over 27 years of service. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here tonight, but I'll accept the award and give you a little bit of information from Joe. He has worked for the district since 1999. He started as a custodian in a Colton High School. So as a former Yellow Jacket, I am pleased to honor a fellow person from Colton High School. And he started as a custodian, but now he is a skilled maintenance worker. So that means that I am only one of the several sites that he works at and helps supervise Joe. Joe is someone that whenever I ask him to do something, I just call it a can-do-it sort of attitude, because no matter what I ask him to do, put this on the CLAN container, change that lock, make sure that we get this done. He doesn't say no. He just says, I'll get the stuff and I'll get it done, and he does it to the best of his abilities, which really shows that his dedication to Colton Joint Unified has no bounds. In addition, he is, before he came to serve with us as a skilled maintenance worker, he was a U.S. Marine. So I'd like to thank him for his service and for his family's service. In addition, his family has a long history of service for Colton Joint Unified. His brother actually works in grounds, and when they're at my site, some days they get to work together. So it's really not just a family commitment, you know, it is a commitment to Colton Joint Unified District. I want to say that after working with Joe for several years now, I wanted to recognize him because of his work ethic and dedication to helping all students in Colton Joint Unified. We are proud to celebrate Joe's contributions here, and we'll also be honoring him tomorrow at our flag salute. So I have to give him a call after the meeting tonight and remind him to show up in the morning, because the whole school, we gather every Friday in our little horseshoe and we do our flag salute. So he's going to be honored tomorrow morning, and I wanted to accept this honor for him, and thank you very much for your time.
And that concludes our presentation for the night.
Well, thank you, and again, congratulations, Stephanie and Joe, for making Colton School District the best it can be. And Joe, we might have to add him again to the next agenda because we all want to meet him. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, moving on, we have item 3.1. We are opening a public hearing. This public hearing is concerning the public disclosure requirements of AB 1200 for the certificated salary adjustment for the 2025-2026 school year. Okay, do we have any public comments pertaining to this item? Okay, seeing none, we're closing this public hearing. Moving on to public comments. Okay, we have several cards here that we will be calling your name. When we call your name, please come up and introduce yourself and just let us know what city you're coming from. And I will start with Ryan Duckworth.
President Flores, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, esteemed members of the board, and our educational community. My name is Ryan Duckworth, and I'm here tonight as one of our music and arts teachers in our district to express my gratitude for your adoption of resolution numbers 2645 and 2646 at your February board meeting. By declaring March 2026 as Arts Education and Music in Our Schools Month, you affirm that the world needs art and that we are united through music. Your recognition of the arts as vital and balanced and a positive influence for success means a great deal to our district families. 3 years ago, my colleagues and I stood here and presented to you the CJUSD Strategic Arts Plan. Earlier today, I emailed you a copy of that plan, and I invite you to evaluate our progress 3 years in, noting where we've made strides and where we still need creative solutions to provide arts access for all students during the regular school day. The power of creative solutions is a personal one to me. I grew up as a singer and instrumentalist, singing in choirs from 3rd grade on and playing saxophone in grades 4 through 9 and tuba in high school. On paper, my schedule was over full. It shouldn't have been possible to stay in both programs. However, that district valued the power of "and" in education, affirming that students aren't one-dimensional and should be able to be scholars and musicians, athletes and artists, or in my case, a vocalist and an instrumentalist. The school found alternative pathways for my required credit, so I didn't have to choose between academics and musical styles. Because they were flexible, I stayed in music all 4 years, graduated as valedictorian, and earned scholarships that paid for over half of my college education. Had they forced me to choose one or the other, I probably wouldn't be standing here today as a music teacher. To truly make our students college and career ready, they need contiguous access to a robust music and arts curriculum. A one-year check-the-box elective cannot provide the planned instruction necessary to develop the deep insights and critical thinking that were mentioned in our resolutions. I know some leaders in this district are already considering solutions, and I encourage this board to continue exploring ways to ensure that students can remain in arts and music as part of their regular school day for their entire TK through 12 journey. Let's ensure that the arts are not just a month-long celebration, but a multi-year pathway to success. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duckworth. Catherine Appleby.
Good evening, Board President Flores, board members, and Superintendent Miranda. My name is Catherine Appleby, and I am your teacher librarian at Grand Terrace High School. I'm also a member of the California School Library Association, our professional organization in the state, and I'm currently serving as the vice president of the Southern region for that organization. I've also been a part of the American Library Association's Emerging Leader Program. All of this to say, I am passionate about school libraries and the crucial role that both certificated and classified library staff provide. I was planning to come tonight anyway because April is School Library Month, but then you guys made it easy and you totally placed item 5.3, the adoption of resolution number 26-69, School Library Month, on tonight's agenda. So thank you for that. It makes this much easier to do. As school library professionals, our job can feel very isolating. We are actually the only person of that job description at the school site, even at secondary where we have 2 library staff. So this resolution is very welcoming for the recognition of the work that we do. For your context, the 33 school libraries in CJUSD are run by 26 employees. There are 19 library media tech 1s at each of the elementary schools and at Slover Mountain High School, and there is a teacher librarian and a library media tech 2 at every secondary school. At this moment, every single school's library in CJUSD is staffed. But I would encourage you, the board, and the executive cabinet to take this resolution beyond the words on the page and visit every single school library in CJUSD this month. I do not expect each of you to visit every single library, but I believe that between the board and executive cabinet, you can visit 1 to 2 elementary school libraries and 1 secondary school and visit every single one in the district. I think it's doable. I know your schedule is busy. There's 20 days left in April, though. When you visit, I would encourage you to bring your curiosity into the school library. Spend a few minutes observing the work that we do and the interactions that we have. Then ask one question. Just don't ask us what we're currently reading or what our favorite book is, because you'll never escape. Pick another question. After your visit, perhaps you'll share what you've learned with your community. On a last note, if you decide to visit, elementary and second libraries run on different schedules. Elementaries are fixed schedules. You will always see a class in the library. Secondary is flexible. We don't have as many classes scheduled to visit. Students come on passes out of their class, so our busiest times are before school, after school, and at lunch. I hope that we, the CJUSD library staff, will see you guys in our libraries this month. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I like that assignment. Lisa Villa.
Debbie Downer over here. Good evening, everyone. My name is Lisa Villa, and I reside in Colton. I'm here today because, as you all know, I've attended many of these board meetings, and I've listened closely, not just to the board, but to the students who come up here to speak. Over and over again, I have watched endless students stand at this podium and ask, sometimes even beg, for you to hear them. They ask you not to remove the people who support them, their principals, vice principals, teachers, and coaches. They speak from the heart. They speak with honesty, and they speak because they care about their schools. But what's most concerning is what happens after. It feels like those voices go in one ear and out the other. You sit there, you listen, you nod, you thank them for their time, but nothing changes. Not once have I seen the outcome reflect what those students are asking for. Not once have I seen their pleas truly make a difference, and that sends a message. It tells students that their voices don't actually matter. It tells them that even when they show courage, even when they advocate for themselves and their community, they won't be heard in a meaningful way. It creates the appearance that concern is being shown, but not real action, and that's a problem. Because at the center of all this, the decisions, the policies, the staffing changes, are the students. They are the reason the entire system exists. Their education, their well-being, and their environment should be the top priority. So I have to ask, if their voices aren't being considered, then whose voices are? If the community speaks and isn't heard, and the parents speaks and aren't heard, and the students speak and still aren't heard, then who exactly is being listened to? It starts to feel like decisions are made based on who you choose to support, rather than what is best for students as a whole. And that's why I'm standing here today, to remind you that student voices are not just part of this process, they should be the central to it. These students are showing up, they are speaking out, they are asking for you to listen. The question is, will you? Will there be a day when their voices don't just fill this room, but actually lead to change? Because they deserve more than to be heard. And we all know you don't listen to the parents or the community concerns, but the students at least deserve to be taken seriously. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Miguel Munoz.
Hello? All right. Hello, board. My name is Miguel Munoz Valtierra. I'm actually a product of the CJUSD system, so it's very interesting to come full circle. In fact, I actually got a science fair handshake from one of the board members here, so it was pretty nice to come back. I actually come back with a community concern. I live in Bloomington, and thanks to the high school opportunities, I've been able to go to college, and in fact, pursue a PhD degree. My research has now come back and focuses particularly on Bloomington High School. Bloomington. And I bring the concern that I've learned through these years of research, through the skills acquired in this high school, and to ask you to really consider the position that the CJUSD board holds as the county considers additional warehouse projects in the community of Bloomington. As you know, we're an unincorporated community, and so the warehouses are affecting us greatly. In my research, in particular, it has shown that Bloomington has is greatly affected, and in particular, the communication that the community members have of the situations surrounding them. So for example, the warehouses, which many of the community members do not know about. In the past year or two, I've only just started to investigate myself. I've noticed that this board has a lot of influence to the county. As such, I come with the ask for you to consider your position when the county approves these projects. In particular, I want to know if you have a position that you can explain to me or send me through an email within the next 2 weeks before the next board meeting that answers the question of what is this board's plan for the Zimmerman project, the warehouse project that's next to the Zimmerman School. In particular, now that you don't have the funding for the new school, what is supposed to happen? These questions come not just from me and my research, but also from speaking with community members, las vecinas y los vecinos de la comunidad, and just coming up here and nervously asking these questions, right? My legs are shaking, so I'll try to wrap up. But yeah, my question is, what is the board's plan B if the project gets passed and they don't get an agreement with the Brookfield developer? If you could please respond to this question before the next board meeting, I would really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. And I believe we have your phone number here. So somebody from the district office can respond. If that's okay with the board? Okay. Okay, next speaker, Tanya Gonzalez.
Hello, my name is Tania Gonzalez. I'm a community organizer with the People's Collective for Environmental Justice. I work mainly in Bloomington. I'm actually here today to read the comments of two people who unfortunately couldn't make it today. The first one being Xochitl Pedraza. So just for context, we had a meeting with Superintendent Miranda a couple of weeks ago. It was for Bloomington residents, myself and my partner Jem, who's our political analyst in PSEDGE, and they just wanted to share how they felt about this meeting. So I'm starting with Xochitl Pedraza. Last week, the district board met with some Bloomington residents that had been opposed to the Bloomington Business Park project. I would like to thank the superintendent for the opportunity, but I would also like to mention that it was disappointing because no straight answers were given and we were rushed out at the end. Although some information was shared that I was not aware of, such as some of the legal battles the district led against some of the business and warehouses that have negative effects on students, I appreciate the effort the school district has made. And as you know, our community has also raised our voices, protested, and also there was the lawsuit that halted the project. This information is very well known to you and some community members, but only some. This is why I asked the board to utilize all the communication platforms and resources to inform students, parents, and staff about our local environment, the air quality impacts these business park will bring to the community. Staff, students, and residents in general will be breathing the additional 1,000 of truck trips to this area, which already labeled diesel death zone, with one of the worst air quality zones in the country. Especially students that are not fully developed yet, and breathing high level of air pollution can cause critical permanent damage. You know it, we know it, but do our students and parents realize that that is what is happening right now? And that it would increase building more warehouses. You have in your staff, science teachers, social studies, environmental clubs, rodeo announcements, digital science, PTA, website, social media, class dojo, parent square. You also have high school journalism, yearbook committee, student board, sport events. Most school district students' health departments have campaigns against vaping and other public issues. How about PR staff that has ability to invite local news to talk about what is happening in all our district, particularly in South Bloomington? If this affects students, they have the right to know and the right to voice their opinion. Staff is also impacted since they spend more than 8 hours in the area, PE teachers, pregnant staff. You all come here every 2 weeks. It is your job, but not all of our community members can come to this. It is nice to sit here and talk and record, keep agenda and all, but the health of the students and future generations is the most urgency. The school board has to get directly involved and affect population and united force against the San Bernardino Board of Supervisors, who are the ones voting against our students. That was just one comment.
Oh,
I know my time is up.
Yes, your time is up. I'm so sorry.
I do have another comment from someone else. If I submit another card, would I be able to talk again?
No, I believe we have to just stick with this 3 minutes that are allowed.
All right, but yeah, just the meeting.
You can
You can email us and email the board. You can email me or the board. Thank you.
You can write to us and we'll, yeah. Do you have the comment written down? Okay, if you can leave it with Joanne.
That's right.
Yeah. Thank you. Beatrice Garcia.
Good evening, board members. I'm here today to speak about something that cannot continue to be ignored, how this district treats children with disabilities, especially those with autism. Every child deserves to feel safe, respected, and understood at school. Yet that has not been our experience. My child was chased on campus with security involved, and it's sad because the person who did that was just standing on the podium and he was able to have a stage to speak on. And it's just sad to have to see people that still are employed by this district. You know, when my child has been traumatized by these people. What is even more unfortunate is that incidents like this, as I said, are given a platform, to these people. And families like mine are left fighting just to be heard or to have our child treated with dignity and respect. Autism is not a behavior problem. It's a neurological difference that requires patience, understanding, and proper training. I will repeat that again, proper training. We have had laws in place for decades to protect these children. The Individuals with Disabilities Education Act first passed in 1975. I will repeat that again, 1975. These laws, they guarantee students with disabilities the right to a free and appropriate public education that our tax dollars pay all of you. And since 2007, World of Autism Awareness Day has been recognized globally to promote understanding, inclusion, and respect, and today is that day. And what is this district doing? Ignoring it. But I will remind you all what Dan Flores said 2 years ago. Let's remember disabilities at least once a year. At least once a year. And today of all days, I walked in here hoping that that would have been the case, but again, I'm not surprised. And you can roll your eyes, Mr. Flores, all you want. I'm used to you doing that. Yet here we are, still having to remind this district of those basic principles. This district has a responsibility to do better. That means real training, real accountability, and a real commitment to supporting children with disabilities. Not just words, but in action. Students with autism and other disabilities should never be treated like a problem or like you guys can control them. They should be treated with respect.
Thank you. Your time is up, please. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, moving on, we are now going into items 5.1 through 5.50. And I would like to ask right now the board if you would like to consider any of these separately.
I would like 5.9 and 5.13. 13,
Yeah, 5.24, transportation plan.
Very good. Okay. Is there a motion to approve action items 5.1 through 5.50 with the exception of 5.9, 5.13, and 5.24?
I'll second.
I have a motion by Board Member Joanne Ojeda and second by Board Member Israel Fuentes to approve action items 5.1 through 5.50 with the exception of 5.9, 5.13, and 5.24. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. On motion by Board Member Joanne Thoring Ojeda and Board Member Israel Fuentes and carried on a 6-0 vote, the board approved action items 5.1 through 5.50 with the exception of 5.9, 5.13, and 5.24. Okay. We are now moving on to 5.9. Is there a motion to approve 5.9?
Go in any order.
5.9?
5.0. Oh, we're going in order.
Oh, okay. Okay, so actually, I'd like to make a motion to approve 5.9 and 5.13, but I just wanted to mention both of them. First of all, I guess we have to have a motion, so I'll make the motion, and then we can talk, I guess.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second. Oh.
We have a motion by Board Member Pat Haro and second by Board Member Ojeda to approve 5.9. All those in favor?
Okay, question.
A comment?
Oh, your comment.
Okay, yes. Okay, so 5.9, I want to thank the board, thank the district for putting this, allowing these teachers to attend this conference. Last year, we had a few teachers attend the conference, and it's a hands-on conference. Like, they are literally playing the instruments constantly and learning everything that they're going to be teaching. And in order to have a comprehensive mariachi program in this district, which we desperately need, I think that allowing more teachers to attend this year is going to be only good things for our district. I look forward to this so much. And 5.13, the mariachi program needs assessment program. I think it's great that we're doing this to find out have someone come in and say, okay, this is what we need to be successful, and this is how we're going to do, how we can do it. And I just want to thank the district again for recognizing how important this program is to the area that we serve. And the students are excited to be in. I've been to a couple of the after school when they're practicing, and God bless our teachers who are in there listening to those horns and different things, because I mean, you know, when they're first learning an instrument, it's not pretty, but they are doing their job, and I have full confidence that with all the work we're putting into this, it's going to be a great program for our schools. So I just wanted to make those comments.
Okay, and that was 5.9 and 5.13?
Motion?
Okay.
Yeah, both of them, so I did.
Okay, and second by Ms. Sorin Ojeda. Okay, I have a motion by Board Member Pat Harrell and second by Board Member Ojeda to approve 5.9 and 5.13. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Ayes? Okay. On motion by Board Member Harrell and Board Member Ojeda, and carried on a 6-0 vote, the board approves section items 5.9 and 5.13. Moving on to 5.24, is there a motion?
I'll make a motion for approval. I'll second. Great.
Okay, with discussion?
Thank you, Board President Flores. I was wondering if we could get just a brief, maybe 1 minute, 30-second, 1 minute, 1.5 minute presentation. This is the Pupil Transportation Services Plan, which, first of all, it's very informative and talks about, obviously, an important issue service that we provide in the district, which is transportation services. It talks about who's utilizing those transportation services, the different student populations. So I just thought if we could give a quick overview of that, Mr. Fromm, and share a little about the importance of this plan to the district.
Absolutely. I'm going to turn it over to our Director of Transportation, Jessica.
Yes, so this proposal is for next school year. Just like you were saying, Dan Flores, that it describes the students that are being transported every single year, as well as the unduplicated students. It talks about the funding. It also describes who qualifies, who meets the qualifications for Gen Ed. We also discuss the special needs students as well. And more importantly, we also discuss our McKinney-Vento students, which are our unhoused students that receive transportation no matter where they are. And as long as they were in our district, we will continue to transport them.
Just on that note, because I think it's important, not everyone may know that the law actually requires us to provide transportation services to students that qualify as homeless under McKinney-Vento. So, for example, if there were a family that were in my transitional housing program in San Bernardino, but their home school, if you will, their last place of residence within the Colton School District, we would accommodate and provide transportation from the home at Mary's Haven, for example, to the school in Colton. We have actually seen those examples where I've had families coming from Rialto or Fontana, and it provides some level of continuity in that child's life, which when you're bouncing from school to school, it makes a difficult situation even worse. So I want to thank you for that. How do we share that information with parents? What's the way that we let parents know that this is something that they're eligible for?
So right now, there isn't necessarily like a posting or anything, because those students, we don't necessarily want to single them out. So that
Correct.
embarrassing, or I don't know if you get the word I think, but we will But those students do make contact with PPS, and PPS will then reach out to us, submit the information over, and we transport, there isn't any type of application process. Everything is pretty much in-house, and they notify us, and then we will continue transporting those students.
Good to know. And again, then because we know who those students are through ARC, because we have to track our McKinney-Vento population. And so as long as our staff know to make that connection to transportation, we just want to make sure that that connection is being made. Because it is, I've seen it again firsthand, where it's really important to those students to be able to keep that continuity in their life if they continue to go to the school. And it may be a traditional bus service or maybe an alternative. Can you share a little bit about the alternative services that are available?
As of right now, we are still doing everything in-house.
Okay.
All of our drivers are, those students are being transported on the school buses with our drivers. We don't have any outsourced McKinney-Vento students at this time.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, that's all. I want to thank you again. This was a really, again, a great report. And, total, just to give folks a snapshot, about 14% of our general ed students rely on our transportation services, 23% of our special education population. So overall, 37% of our kids. So more than a third of our kids rely on our buses and our transportation services to get to school, to and from school every day. So thank you for the work that you do. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Flores. So I have a motion by Board Member Dan Flores and second by Board Member Fuentes to approve action item 5.24. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Ayes. On motion by Board Member Dan Flores and Board Member Fuentes, carried on a 6-0 vote, the board approved action item 5.24. Moving on to 5.2. I'm sorry. No, we are at 6 point, administrative reports. Are there any questions from the board on items 6.1 through 6.5? If not, we'll move on to item 6.6, facilities update. There is no update on that today. Item 6.7, ACE President Parachi. Please take the podium.
Good evening, Board President Flores, Board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and member of the audience. My name is Cristina Porachi, and I have the honor to serve as President, Association of Colton Educators. On behalf of the Association of Colton Educators, I wanted to begin by recognizing the continued work happening across our district. I was hoping that there was a facility update today, so I can actually talk behind after him. It's been encouraging to see so many of our schools receiving long overdue improvements. The visible impact of Measure G and Measure BB is making a difference, not just in our facilities, but in the pride of students and staff feels when they walk onto their campuses each day. I'm still going to talk about the yellow doors. Thanks for continuing to invest in safe, updated, and welcoming learning environments. Today, I'm here to speak in support of the approval of the contract tentative agreement between ACE and the district as listed on the board agenda. This agreement reflects months of collaboration, thoughtful dialogue, and a shared commitment to support the educators who serve our students every day. It includes a 2.3 salary increase and an important commitment to fully cover health benefits costs for the 26-27 school year, a critical investment in employee stability and retention. While no agreement is ever perfect, this tentative agreement represents progress and demonstrates what is possible when both parties remain focused on solutions and student-centered outcomes. We appreciate the district's willingness to engage in meaningful negotiations and to recognize the importance of supporting those who directly impact students' success. We respectfully ask the board to approve, well, it just already happened, this agreement and continue to support the professionals who make CJUSD strong. Additionally, as we continue to strengthen partnership and leadership across our district, the Association of Colton Educators will be conducting school board endorsement interviews for interested candidates. These interviews will take place on April 10, beginning at 10 a.m. We invite any candidate interested in receiving ACE endorsement to schedule an interview by contacting the ACE office at 909-825-0332. Please note that interviews will only be conducted on that day, and we encourage candidates to reach out properly to secure a place. In closing, we remain committed to working collaboratively with the district and the board to ensure that CJUSD continue to move forward. Thank you.
Well, thank you, President Parachi, for that. 6.8, CSEA President Guadarrama. No comment, okay. MAC update. ROP update. Next week, okay. Super.
I do want to say something for ROP. Sure. If I may. We all know how awesome our ROP program is and the work we do together with CRIROP. The CalSPRA, I know that we got an award, that Eric got an award. That's awesome. But I wanted to share the ones that CRIROP got. They got an award of excellence for the Evening of Excellence that we put on every year to honor our students and give out scholarships to all of the school students. They also got a CTE Month Campaign Award of Merit, and they also received, which was really exciting, the Superintendent to Watch, Dr. Jason B. Engel. So they walked away with 3 awards, and I just wanted to share that because we'll forget by the next board meeting. I'll forget next week for next time to talk about it, because I thought that was pretty awesome that we got 3 awards. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Okay, now we are moving on to the superintendent's communique.
Thank you, Board President. Good evening, everybody. It's great to be here this evening, and hopefully we still have people online. We'll start with my first slide this evening. Just very thrilled, excited to talk about this new journey that we're going to be on here in Colton Joint Unified related to our vision, which we're calling Vision 2030. This leadership design launch was shared with the board, and we're sharing it across for leaders. In fact, I've spoken to our union leadership about this as well. And in board correspondence, I mentioned to the board that as we enter this next phase of our partnership with NCE, and again, thank you for the board for approving that agreement with them, and this leadership design launch will not only engage executive cabinet, our principals, our district leaders, but all our stakeholders and partners, and of course, the Board of Education in a unified effort to shape the future of CJUSD. Very excited. Believe it or not, 2030 is coming here really quick. So together as a team, we're going to work on clearly defining the trajectory of our multi-year improvement journey, building upon the strong foundation that's already established. So we worked on this over 6 years ago. If you believe it or not, we've engaged in the work since 2000. So the focus really is going to, there's going to be, the work's going to be done in phases, and the work is going to ensure some clarity and coherence, alignment. You hear those words not only for our governance team, but it's going to be a very ambitious and system-oriented work before moving into what we'll call the formal design process. Just to be specific, we're going to reflect on the arc of our system and redesign to date. We'll look at that. We're going to identify really and address the coherence gaps across departments and schools. We're going to look at the implications of the board adopted at some point what we are calling the learner profile. And again, it boils down to strengthening alignment between our professional learning, our PLC framework, the TEL work, teaching for effective learning increased cycles, and our district strategy. So putting all that together to create a coherent system is critical to the success of our district. So at this time, we are asking 2 board members, and I know I put 1, but I would love 2 board members to join us, participate in this next phase here, which will include a series of scheduled meetings, both in person and in virtual. So at this point, I'd like to open the item for any board discussion, board president, and anybody interested in participating in this. Is going to be an incredible venture.
Okay,
I hope.
very good. Board members, anybody that would like to be on this committee? Okay, we have Ms. Thoreen Ojeda. And Ms. Okay, so we have two.
No, I was going to ask what's the time frame? What days? What are we looking at?
Yeah, thank you, Board Member Ibarra. So we'll look at, there'll be some full days for sure early on. Tina, can you help me out with what some of that will be? From now in, per month, right? Okay, so per month and now into the end of the school year, yeah, and going into next year. So as Tina said, 8 to 12? Okay. All right. So
That's what I would need, the dates.
yeah, okay, so
Calendar, 'cause
May.
I won't conflict myself.
There'll be a meeting in May, and then a pause, and then we'll start either July, most likely in August, around that time frame. And it'll be once a month after that, 8 to 12, and some will be virtual, some will be in person here in the PLC.
2 days in a row in the month, so. And then as soon as, once it was approved, now we can start talking dates with them, so we can get that back to you as well.
That's what I was looking for, the dates.
Okay.
I would have
Hope that helps.
I might have to decline because of my hours over here, too. So if anybody else wants to take it.
I would love to be a part of it. So it would be Ms. Thoreen Ojeda and myself. You have your two board members.
Okay. Well,
right.
thank you, board, and appreciate that. We'll be providing updates for the board as we move through the process. Again, appreciate the board's willingness and leadership in this area as we move again into this next phase and launching really the district into another level in regards to learning. Thank you. So moving on to the my next item here, I just wanted to talk about the California Young Reader Medal Book Club. And it's a long-standing statewide initiative that promotes the love of reading and engagement in high-quality literature among students. So since it's been in existence since 1974, millions of students have participated in nominating, reading, and voting for award-winning books. So in this alignment effort, Ed Services, grades 7 through 12, have expanded the program in partnership with also our TK, our elementary instruction tech CPS team, now reaching 18 elementary school sites across the district. So kind of in alignment with the presentation earlier about library, there is students will participate in structured library-based sessions, thoughtfully scheduled in collaboration with library media technicians. And obviously we want to preserve instructional time, but deepening that literacy engagement is critical. So this program, just if you think of the numbers for 25-26 school year, we had 1,179 students, elementary students, who have participated in these enriching experiences. So students will cast their votes in April, contributing to a statewide student voice initiative that helps determine award-winning literature. It's an incredible program. So I really want to extend my appreciation to Kelly Van Valkenburg and the entire EdTech CPS team for their leadership in expanding this program and securing funding to ensure students have access to all these selected texts. So just want to ensure that this incredible initiative that's going on in our district. Last, and certainly not least, we have coming up the Colton Joint Adult Education Career Resource Fair. That's going to be held Friday, April 17th, 2026. My sister's birthday, so I can't forget about her, Veronica. I'll see if she comes to this. Anyways, 10 to 1 p.m. The event's going to be hosted in partnership with Equus San Bernardino Youth Forward Program. And then the program is designed to support young adults ages 16 to 24. So as they look at careers and explore careers and also post-secondary opportunities. Participants will have the opportunity to connect with local employers, which is critical to connect with the employers, community organizers. We're anticipating approximately 23 vendors who are going to be providing resources related to career technical education, apprenticeship programs, social services, wellness supports, continuing and general education. It just really reflects our commitment as a district and the vision of preparing our students for college and career, and essentially life readiness. So we thank you to Principal Angela Hatter and her leadership and the adult education team just for bringing these resources that are critical to those young adults into the success and making that vision happen. So I wanted to shout out to her and her team for bringing this great opportunity for our community and our students. So with that, that is my communique this evening, and turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Superintendent Miranda.
Dr. Miranda, excuse me, can we get a copy of that, of the flyer so we can share it on our social media?
Absolutely. Yes, great idea.
Thank you.
Yeah, you have it? Ms. Medina will, okay, great idea.
Okay, thank you. Board member comments. Board Member Ibarra.
Okay, thank you very much, Bertha. Well, I'd like to say, you know, the year's going really fast, and we're pretty much after our little time off. Hopefully everybody had a great opportunity to spend time with family and enjoy whatever you enjoy doing. I always call this the downslide to graduations, downslide to the end of the year. But what I want to talk about today is something that I thought it was really important to experience and to see. Over the last few days, I had a group of families come to see me. Very concerned families. And these families were experiencing some activities from extracurricular activities from one of our high schools that was not good. Their kids were being talking down to. I'll leave it at that. And they were very, very concerned about what was going to happen with this. But the upside of all this was the fact that I got an opportunity to talk to these individuals, and in talking with them, I always ask a simple question, you know, who have you spoken to? Who have you shared this with? Because I always like to get it back to the site itself, the principals, and whoever they may have talked to about it. And they said, oh, we talked to the principal. And I go, okay, that's good. And did you share exactly what you're sharing with me? And they said yes. And as I started to talk to them, I started to reassure them that I knew that this individual principal at Cone Joint Unified School District was going to do the right thing and uphold the standards of Cone Joint Unified School District. And so it was not too long after, very shortly after, I received a text from one of the parents with a letter. The letter from the principal assuring this group of parents that the incident has been rectified. So the reason why I bring this up is the fact that I know that we have a lot of conscientious employees here in our district, people who really believe in the experience of education for all our students. And because I had such great confidence in this particular individual as I have in each and every one of you, I just like to say thank you to Mr. Abbott for taking care of this situation. There's times where we, you know, we have difficulties with extracurricular activities, sports primarily, and sometimes they go unnoticed. But one of the things that I've learned as being a board member, that parents will oftentimes speak up. Because just like each and every one of us, we want what's best for our students, best for our kids, and we go and we watch. And we see. And if our children is not getting the experience that they want, they're going to speak out. But even more important, we listen. Regardless of what anybody else says, we listen. And I probably feel comfortable saying this about every one of our administrators that are here today and those who are not. You will always do the right thing. And I really, really believe, and this goes back all the way back to Dr. Herb Fisher, when I had a discussion with him when I first started. You know, we're here to uphold the standards of Cone Joint Unified School District. And regardless of the positions we hold, you know, we're accountable. We're held accountable, and all the way through our new superintendent, our recent superintendent, Dr. Miranda, you know, he talks a lot about accountability. And it's important for us to understand that that's an important factor in making what we do work. So I received a lot of information from the parents, once again, saying that Mr. Abbott took care of the situation. And I had confidence in that. And they said thank you, because I spent I believe it was a Saturday morning, talking to a group of parents that knocked on my door, and all of a sudden they all come in. Oh, okay. Yeah, here I am getting ready to go work in the backyard, and I'm not looking like I look now, maybe. And so I just want to say thank you to Mr. Abbott, you know, for taking care of that situation and recognizing it and listening to the parents, because they were really, really concerned about the treatment that their children were getting, and that we took action, and we took action quickly. So I just felt that it was important to mention that, but also to share it with everybody here, and so that we could take note of, you know, the importance of what we do on a daily basis for our students. So once again, just want to say thank you, and that's what I have for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ibarra. Board Member Haro.
Yes, I just have a couple of things. The first thing I want to do is I want to thank the Bloomington High School football boosters. You know, all our programs get X amount of money, and sports is one of them. And this year, I guess this next school year, we're adding flag football for girls. And so we have X amount of money, but now we've added another sport, which I think is fabulous, but we don't add more money to that pot. It's the same money now, you know, but now we have another sport that's added into it. So the football boosters, you know, realized that, and they were encouraging the girls team. So the team this year needed some much needed, the Bloomington football team needed some more uniforms and some things. And they had a fundraiser, and they raised the money to get a good-sized portion of the stuff that was needed for the team. And I just wanted to give a shout out to them, because, I mean, of course, we always have people coming to us asking us for more money, but, I mean, they kind of tried to do it on their own, and I just want to kind of thank them for what they're, you know, doing this for the boys. I also want to share, at the last board meeting, I spoken about the Garner Holt event, and after I got home, I always look at my notes and make sure that I said everything I wanted to say in my comments, and I realized I left out two key things to that event. We do send a lot of kids over there on field trips, and they love that field trip, But the thing that was told to me there, oh, they saw my badge, oh, you're with Colton Joint Unified. You send us a lot of kids over here. We love having them. They're the best kids when they come. They're so well behaved. And I'm like, oh, yes, they are, you know? And so, yes, I wanted to share that with all of you because you are the ones who are sending the kids there. And they were just really pleased with our kids. And the other thing they had that I was so excited when I was there, we had 2 young ladies last year who I've known for quite some time who did science fair. And it was Denaya and they both of them, and one is at, got her scholarship and she decided to go to Arizona State, I believe, or yeah, I think it was Arizona State, and she got her full ride and went there. And the other got her full ride, but she didn't choose, she got 2 options. They both had 2 options, and she chose to stay closer to home, and she's going to UC Riverside. So that's great. Well, I run into her at the Garner Holtz event. They hired her. She is getting her, she's getting her degree, and they were so impressed with her science fair background and what they did on their project and this animatronic type hand. And yeah, they hired her, and she came running up to me, gave me a big old hug. So I just thought, wow, okay, we're doing something right, right? So I just wanted to share that, and I told Denaya that I would share it because we took pictures together and everything, and she was really excited. So I wanted to share that with the board. And I want to share a photo. Oh, there it is, it's already there. I wanted to share a photo because the ROTC instructors, they sent me photos while the kids, were on their annual NJROTC Hawaii trip. And they wanted me to share this photo and say thank you to the board for approving their trip. They got to go on the Navy base. They went on the USS Missouri. They did Pearl Harbor. They learned so much, and so they wanted me to share with the board how grateful that they were. And the last thing I want to do is I want to say happy birthday to Michelle Scrivener. Here she is, it's on her birthday. And I'm just going to, I said I was going to say it, so. So I know that our assistant principals, everybody in the district works hard, don't get me wrong, but our principals work really hard. And, you know, and I know that they have set dates that they're supposed to come to their board meeting dates. But if it's their birthday, can't they switch their date? Just asking. I mean, come on, she's sitting here and, you know, I just wanted to mention it, okay? So, but thank you. And see.
Thank you, Pat. Board Member Fuentes.
Thank you, Board President. Happy birthday, Dr. Scrivener. I'm glad you're here. So I hope everybody had a great spring break. I know we were back. We were working hard. I remember back in the day when my girls were smaller and we would do spring break, we would actually travel out to Mexico or Mexicali and spend the weekend out there. But family time is always important. And I think it's always a great time for us to take that time and spend that time with our kids, because eventually they grow up, and guess what? You don't see them anymore. So like my girls grew up, and I'm like, where are they? You know, they grew up too fast. So enjoy anytime you can with your kids. Please, please do that. And welcome back, everybody. So I just have one quick announcement. As many of you know, I do belong to a lot of different committees, coalitions throughout San Bernardino County. And one of the coalitions that I belong to is Community, and I can never ever say it right, Community, well, it's a coalition for change. So, I also work with another coalition called Institute for Public Strategies, and I work closely also with California Health Collaborative. And next month, actually, I'll be advocating for tobacco, vaping, all of that. Next month, I'll be heading out to Sacramento, speaking to the Assembly on behalf of these organizations that I belong to. I'm a co-founder of coalition called San Bernardino Tobacco-Free San Bernardino County. And one of the things that we try to do is always try to do the right things in our community. So closely with IPS and Community Change, we are having a day called National Take Back Day. Take Back Day provides a convenient and responsible way of disposing unwanted and unused and or expired prescription medication. Just drop them off. So on April 25th of this year, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Cal State San Bernardino, in Lot C and D, you're welcome to bring any old medications, and we will take them. And we will give them to the, I think it's the fire department, and also Cal State has an organization that disposes of them properly. A lot of times we decide to throw them down the toilet or bury them in the backyard, or just throw them in the trash. And to be honest with you, that will contaminate and will make a big issue on that. But we will have this opportunity for you to come out to Cal State on April 25th, 2026, from 10 to 2. And also, we will be providing a little box, a little red box about this size or so, if for needles, syringes, or anything that you want to dispose. We will provide one per family, and free of charge. It won't cost you anything, and we'll also be able to dispose of those items correctly. And a lot of times we tend to throw them away, put them in the trash, flush them down the toilet, like I said, bury them in the backyard, and a lot of times that's very dangerous to do that. So it provides an opportunity for you to do that. So again, April 25th, 2026, from 10 to 2. That's all I have this evening. Welcome back, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Fuentes. Board Member Thorin Ojeda. No comment. Okay. Okay. And Board Member Flores.
No comment. I want to thank everybody for what you do to serve our students. I see it every day with my own children, whether it's our incredible music program, whether it is our libraries that my daughter is very fond of, and just the myriad of programs that we offer both inside and outside of the classroom. My kids are thriving, and it is because they are in a space where they feel safe and they feel like they can explore and that they can make mistakes and learn from those mistakes. And it's a beautiful thing to see. So thank you for all of you that create that environment for them.
Thank you, Mr. Flores. Okay, I just want to take a few moments to praise our incredible librarians that we have across our district. I always enjoy, as we visit school sites, to make sure we stop by and look at your libraries. And I love your assignment that you gave us, and we're definitely going to do that. I know that Dr. Miranda already talked about the California Youth Readers Medal Book Club. The board members get this information before the board meetings, and I have to tell you, when I read this, I was at home and I was thrilled because, you know, to give our kids the opportunity to vote, you know, for the state of California, at the state of California, for a book to receive an award, that is huge. That is huge. And the benefits that our kids get from, you know, going in depth with a good literature book, you know, the benefits are just incredible. So I'm very proud of this program. I have to tell you, I was doing my happy dance at home. I'm thinking, wow, I didn't even know that we had this program in place. Thank you so much, Dr. Peterson, for giving us the information. Thank you, Dr. Miranda, for bringing it as part of your communique. Very, very important. And I just want to say, librarians, thank you so much for the work that you do. It's our kids, you know, the libraries are the heart of the school, and you make it very special. So thank you, and we are definitely going to be visiting the libraries. With that, we are going to adjourn into closed session. to discuss the items listed on the closed session agenda. Have a good evening. The board is back from closed session. We're going to continue. Item 10.1, personnel public employee. On a motion by Board Member Flores, second by Board Member Thoring Ojeda, and carried on a 6-0 vote, the board approved the following: certificated coaches, 3, classified coaches, 4, volunteer coaches, 1, and volunteers, 15, 2 being classroom observation and 13 general. In closed session, the board took action to reject a claim by EIN number 13465 and directed the superintendent or designee to send out appropriate legal notice. It was unanimous. We had roll call vote, and we had 6 yes, and with 1 board member absent, Ms. Sandoval being absent. Okay. With that, we will adjourn the meeting at 9:47. Good night.